Okay, good morning, dear colleagues. Good morning. Please take your seats. Let me start the second day of our extraordinary meeting, and I would definitely love to start with thanking the both organizations, not just for making this meeting possible and organizing it, but also for the lovely dinner we could have enjoyed last night, including the dancing and singing. So thank you very much, because it has been an extraordinary experience. And without any further delay, I pass the floor to the moderator of this first part of today's meeting. So, José Antonio, the floor and the stage is yours.
Thank you, Lucy. Can you hear me? It's okay, no? No? Oh my God! Oh my God! About to start. It is my opportunity to say welcome to my city. Welcome to Madrid, to all my colleagues from the Group 2 ECC, and thank you for being here. I'm now switching to Spanish. Buenos días, muchísimas gracias.
Good morning and thank you so very much. This is our second working day. This is the second group. Thank you very much for being with us. When we were working on this, we thought that it might be a good idea to actually think slowly, which is how you're supposed to think. Think slowly, give it time, and think basically about the framework of the elections to European Parliament scheduled for next year. This is the context. This is the framework. We're going to be seeing what the member states of the European Union want to achieve. And this would be a second facet, if you will, of that analysis over time. So the issue that we're going to be addressing is that well-known elephant in the room. It is the renaissance, if you will, or even worse, the bolstering of extreme right populism in all of the countries of the European Union to a greater or lesser degree. And we believe that this is an unfortunate reality. These parties have actually accessed power in some of the member states. Maybe we might want to contemplate how is this possible, because the European Union model after World War II is based on the desire to overcome the terrible nature of Nazism and fascism, which led to World War II, the genocide of the Jewish people, the Shoah. How we have sunk this ideological option of fascistic ideas of the extreme right, which never really disappeared. They haven't really disappeared from the European scene. As you all doubtless remember, it was a discourse that went against immigration, especially after the 1960s and 1970s, the consolidation of migratory activities arriving in Europe, and this facilitated a xenophobic discourse, a racist discourse, and riding the hobby horse of immigration, the false debate on the role of immigration. Unfortunately, I have to say that these extreme right movements continue to focus on these issues. I have to say that at this level, we know that this is because we don't see the best possible management of the migratory issue by the European Union. The non-policy, the absence of a policy, the absence of legal and effective channels, a policy which results in a chaotic management of migratory activities. We see that extremist groups are taking advantage of this lack of a clear approach. We know that in Europe there are there is a desire to provide a quick answer to complex questions, issues that are difficult to articulate. And definitely, immigration would seem to be one of these very difficult issues. So this debate session will be addressing the elections to the Parliament, European Parliament, and the resurfacing of these extreme right forces. So we have an outstanding round table. Marian Dresmarin, who is director of the European Parliament in Spain. She's a journalist. She's worked for many years in Europe and now is based in Madrid again. She will be introducing initially the general framework of the elections. This will happen next year. And after that, we will be hearing from Pablo Simon, who is over there. Thank you, Pablo, for joining us. Pablo is a teacher of political science at Universidad Carlos III. He's a well-known political scientist and expert in Spain. He works with the media, and he is a specialist in comparative policy, participation of youth. And in the second part of the debate, we are expecting also for Eugenia Rodriguez Palop from Unidas Podemos on the left. And as you may know, this is a bit of a complicated day in Madrid. This is a very important historical day because if there is no change, the next Queen of Spain is today going to be swearing the Constitution. She is barely half a kilometer away. So it's a very institutional day. It's very symbolic. It's a very important day. The Princess of Asturias, the heiress to the crown, is 18, therefore of age, and today will be committing to the Constitution. So you're going to be seeing that we have traffic issues. Public transport has come basically to a standstill, and if you want, when we're done, if you look out the window, you'll see that this is a very important. It's a historical day for. I'm a Republican myself, so I'm not really that involved, but I understand that it is in fact a very important day. It is a historical event, and historical days imply some difficulties with regards to mobility. I also. For those of you who need to leave for the airport, you need to be aware of the fact that there will doubtless be traffic issues. So without further ado, we do remind you that there will be a break at 11. So we have a little bit of time now, then a coffee break, and we will then have time to assess what we're going to be addressing today. At 11, we will definitely be breaking for our coffee. So thank you very much, and we commence this panel. Thank you, Jose Antonio, for inviting us to this extremely important day. We will be talking about the European elections, we will be talking about the rights of workers, and we will be talking about the threat which the extreme right represents. Thank you for your introductory words. And because, of course, we need to be as pluralistic as possible, I am a daughter of the transition. I was born in 1977, and I have to say that I am fully respectful of the system we have in place. It's been very difficult, and the fact that the future Queen of Spain is here to swear the Constitution, I think is actually wonderful. And I will be celebrating. I had to say it. But having said this, I think that we should begin as an expert in communications, as a journalist, and as a civil servant. Well, there are limitations, there are red lines. I cannot give you my opinion, my personal opinion regarding the behavior of the different political groups, because I am their representative. But I would begin by saying that in the Parliament things have changed. The institution I represent here today, as of the departure of the UK and the campaign launched by Brexit. This is important because we'll be talking about the elections. I remember I was in Brussels. I was in charge of the media. I was press chief, and we weren't expecting those results. We arrived in the parliament and we were told, well, there's a crisis meeting. Let's see how we deal with the UK's exit. So we all sat down, all of the press officers had to sit down, and we were told, well, the UK has requested that there be no meddling, so we cannot react in the face of any comment regarding campaigns in the UK. Well, the fact of the matter and our experience has taught us that this was a terrible mistake, because Brexit was one of the greatest disinformation campaigns to have taken place in the European Union. And we as institutions could not react or respond. We couldn't say the banners aren't true, this should not de facto represent this or that. So we had to wait for reality to topple some of the disinformation campaigns that we've witnessed in Europe. So there was Brexit, and after Brexit, the previous legislature, before the elections in 2019, there was such a series of complex crises that took place well nigh simultaneously in a very few years. And the president of the Commission, Jean-Claude Juncker, talked about multiple crises. And 19 arrived, and we had the feeling that we had to deal with so many crises. Brexit, Trump being voted in, writing America First. You can do as you will, but we're not sure about multilateralism, the migratory crisis. You talked about migration. This is very important. Very important. We were not able to respond, the European Union, and the war in Syria back in 2016. Again, there, we witnessed those terrible, terrible scenes on eastern borders, and that was what resulted in these much more xenophobic, far-right reactions. So the campaign for the elections arrives in 2019, in May last year, and many media pointed out the fact that the danger was the resurgence of those Europhobic parties. There could be a domino effect, tendencies. Well, the fact of the matter is that the elections in 19, we were able to grow that participation. The crises, what we saw happen, people understood in Brussels that decisions are taken that are very, very important. What is the Parliament? What is the Commission? But how do I deal with this crisis? To vote. How do I deal with this? I have to vote. So let's not be unduly happy, because we're talking about slightly over 56%. It's true that in Spain, that participation was very high because it coincided with regional and municipal elections, local municipal elections, but it was an increase across the board in Europe. So we cannot say that it was otherwise. In the European Parliament, the elections in 19, this concern about the extreme right, Europhobic, actually take its place in Parliament. And we can say that things were not as tragic as they were. You remember that Brexit happened a little bit afterwards, so British members of Parliament had to be voted. So that departure of the UK, approximately 23% of the seats belonged to Eurosceptical parties. So they were distributed among a number of different political families. 62 seats, Identity and Democracy, which was Le Pen, Matteo Salvini's group, or the Germans. So this was 9% of the makeup of the seats, which means that in the European Parliament, we now have 23% of seats that are held by extreme right representatives. As a matter of fact, there is not a sufficient minority as to block votes. Perhaps they cannot block as they would have wanted to block, and they're not actually They're not united. There's no cohesion there because they just want to vote against European policies, but each national party has very different and sometimes opposite desires. So it's not a natural union, and you can actually observe that when different policies are voted on. But as of 2019, and I'm trying to explain how the parliament is broken out. There's been an even greater upsurge of these Europhobic parties. And the messages are always the same. What I am doing now is I'm thinking out loud. I'm sharing my thoughts with you. When I sit down and listen to the debates, we always have a representative from Identidad y Democracia, some from LCR, who might have that tendency. The common messages that they evidence, and it doesn't matter whether we're talking about the environment or competitive industrial relations or immigration, it's always the same. They want to return to nationalism, to the sovereignty of the nation state, against a European Union that is described as being too globalist, too cosmopolitan, that reacts in an exaggerated manner against climate change, that disinforms regarding the effects of climate change, that speaks out against the rights of different groups that are minorities within the European Union, and in favor sometimes actually bring to the forefront religious elements, cultural elements against LGBTI and so on groups. And secondly, they don't want to leave the Union. I think that this is a lesson learned from Brexit. These types of parties, they've learned that it's better to be inside. You're more efficient from the inside. What you need to do is be forceful from within the institutions in order to change from the inside that which we don't like. So to deny the cession of sovereignty in areas which are important, so for instance, healthcare and so on. And they always uphold that idea of taking back control. And then they have this focus on migration and on violence, on the terrorist threat, lack of safety. And it doesn't matter what European policy is actually under discussion. At the end of the day, they always define themselves as against the other. It's a hate speech. The other might be an immigrant. The other might be globalization. It might be the fact that we've outsourced to other countries, so my cousin lost her job. So it's different, whatever, but it's always against. It's always against. It's this rejection. It's always hate speech. Fourth, and again, they promise easy solutions for very complex problems. If you live in a neighborhood in Paris and you don't want to see women wearing the veil, or if you feel threatened because companies are leaving the country, well, just vote against the European Union. Support me, and I will solve all of your problems. It's going to be absolutely easy to do. And then when they actually achieve power, well, the solutions are never as easy as they said they would be. But the fact is, they do mobilize citizens who are angry in the face of a crisis. And the fifth element is another leitmotif, and we see this in the far right and in the far left, the more radical parties who recommend abandoning the euro. Greece, for instance, they vote at the end of the day. They vote, they defend in their discourses, they reach out to citizens by making the European Union guilty. So the European Union is the devil with a cloven hoof, responsible for everything. Women with veils, outsourcing, any negative effect of globalization is laid at their feet. When I listen to these debates, I think that if you sit for 5 minutes and observe and identify these discourses, it's actually very easy to take it all apart by talking about the United Kingdom. The UK is no longer having to tackle the disorderly effects of globalization, and I think it would actually be possible to explain how the European Union, notwithstanding the problems and flaws and difficulties in achieving consensus, whatever the political hue may be, it is clear that it is a tool that helps us to actually mitigate and limit those negative effects of globalization, which do exist and which are there in all of the countries in the world. Now, I have given you my assessment, what I see. And if we see the makeup of the council, and I'm wrapping up, Jose Antonio. Yes, here's Maria Eugenia. Good for us. Welcome. So, I was saying, at the end of the day, we had extreme right represented in Italy, Poland, although now we have the good news, the electoral news that may be less Europhobic, Czech Republic, Hungary, Finland, and that's not quite 30% of votes. So over 1/4 of the population of Europe, 122 million out of 447 million in the Union, have cast their votes along these lines. But I repeat, has anything truly happened? Can they block? Well, the threshold in the council, and I said they are 27% of the proportion. So if the threshold is at 35%, it is true that there are very many policies that are mandatorily unanimous, such as defense, just to name one, where one single country may actually cast the blocking vote. So we do understand what the effect might be of having Europhobic countries. In the Granada summit, much was discussed about the upcoming enlargement. This is going to be a tremendous challenge for the legislature after the next elections. And we heard also that it's going to be absolutely essential to reform how the council takes its decisions in order to increasingly think about a qualified majority so that those more extreme positions cannot block. So you don't give me this, I don't give you that. So polarization, fragmentation of the parliament, and Maria Eugenia can explain this because she has seen it. She is a very active representative, and she knows that the tendency is to make sure that everything is more ideological. So it's a policy of blocks, if you will. There used to be a center which was made up, say, by the socialists or the conservatives, articulating the majorities in an easy way and in favor always of European policies. That center that grouped together those groups with the Greens, the GUE, the Liberals. But we see more and more that there is a slight tendency to voting along two lines, the far right, the far left. We see that. And this may well have repercussions on the Europe that we will be living in the upcoming few years. Allow me to finish by saying, with regards to labor rights, I'm not going to go into the specifics, but I would want to say that very much has been achieved during this legislature. I think we can be proud of our achievements, and the best antidote, if you will, against that far right, those parties that are Europhobic or Eurosceptical, is to prove with clear examples how the European Union does provide solutions to some problems. The solution is never as straightforward as some would have it, but we are able to provide a solution to the problems of people, your average citizen. And let me focus on this because we have Maria Eugenia here. So in issues of equality, well, we have in Spain paternity leave. This was voted back in 19. Wage transparency, a closing of the pay gap, an increase of women on different boards. And this is very important. This is legislation that addresses equal rights and the rights of female workers. We're talking about the rights of workers. Well, it's important to address the issue of gender, the importance of gender, which definitely European institutions are upholding. It's interesting, an article I read the other day in El País, one of Spain's leading dailies, they said that analyzing most recent elections in Argentina, Poland, Spain, among others, women vote the far right less than others. And this is actually what allows for the slowing down of these types of tendencies. So things are becoming more and more complex, and trying to provide solutions is the best possible antidote to prove that the European Union serves a purpose, that we have to walk together and try to focus on how important it is to provide a solution to global crises, and these solutions will be possible if we articulate our activities. Thank you very much. I spoke for a little bit longer than I should have, Jose Antonio, but thank you for having allowed me to so do. Thank you, Maria, very much. No, thank you. That was 15 minutes. Thank you. And I'm happy to say good morning to Maria Eugenia Rodriguez Palop. She is the left in the European Parliament. She is vice chair of the Committee on Women's Rights and Gender Equality, and my neighbor on the other side of Retiro Park. So you were not here for the entire introduction, but what we want to do after hearing Maria is address the second part of our session's proposals that we look forward to. I would request analyses. The far right is here, it has arrived, but what are the questions and what are the answers that we may give to those questions? This presence, I'm not going to say an upsurge because I like to think that it's not necessarily going to be an upsurge. The elections in Poland show that things slowed down. In June also, we saw a slowing down of the potential upsurge of the far right in Spain as represented by Vox. So what are we going to do? What is our assessment? The European Confederation of Trade Unions. This is very important because we need to see how we're going to achieve this. So the European Trade Union coordination is coordinating its activities to ensure that we provide that solution. It might be also important to contemplate the validity of these cordons sanitaires. In other countries, we see that they're not really achieving that objective. And then I would talk about how this affects workers. These populist discourses. In Spain, Vox, far right, says the Spain that gets up early, as if they were the only representatives of workers, as if trade unionists didn't wake up at the crack of dawn. So they, Vox, say that they represent workers, men and women alike. So these are false ideas. They don't posit the question regarding ultra-liberalism, and they recommend the drastic reduction of public services. Maria Eugenia, 15 minutes, only 15, because we want to have time for our conversation and then for our coffee. Thank you.
Esto está activo, sí. Bueno.
Right, thank you so much. Thank you to the both of you. I'm sorry I came in late. You know that traffic has been cut because of the ceremony this morning. So, and I also had family obligations, of course. So this is why I came in a bit late. So I apologize. Now, Jose Antonio was telling me, don't talk so much about the diagnosis, give us solutions. Well, instead of giving you a general diagnosis that Maria Eugenia did very well, I am going to focus on what I think has given rise to the extreme right in Europe, but in the field of labor. We must understand what situation we're in from the labor point of view to understand why it is that the right wing presents itself as a viable alternative. We are in a world where work is liquid, we could say. In other words, people don't stay on the same job forever. Some people support flexi-security. Many people believe in that, going from one place to the other, from one job to the other, and therefore discounting the future. And cognitive capitalism, techno-liberalism has monetized as well all the actions in our life. following a set of biases. This has been studied in depth when we look at the platform work, writers, jobs, and now with the Platform Work Directive in Europe. So this gives rise to predictive injustice. That technoliberalism, cognitive capitalism, places you in a situation of inferiority compared to other competitors. I'm talking about women. I'm talking about people who are particularly vulnerable with many biases in terms of race, class, etc. And in that context, there is no space or time. In other words, there are no links, no connections, labor connections. It is very difficult to articulate a solid world from the labor point of view in this model, in this productive model, in this new economy or new economic model that we're seeing in many aspects of life. And in the job market, this has given rise to the situation I just described. So when we discount the future, when we are in a situation where there's no context, no links, no bonds, no space or time, we are monitored, alone, isolated, and we don't have biographical continuation, because when you discount the future, what succeeds is cynicism, nihilism, and nostalgia in the best of cases. And that is a breeding broth of conservatism, which is what the extreme right is supported by. When there's a threat in the future, what we're facing is a society of risk and fear. Fear, uncertainty, risk, loneliness. All of that turns us into nodes, if you will. And in the field of labor, these nodes are responsible for their own failure. Basically, anxiety, alert, techno stress, chronic exhaustion, all of that puts in danger the mental equilibrium of workers who are alone without any structural relations. In this world, what we have is a elimination of these bonds, and faced with that world, that is where the extreme right succeeds. That is where it stems from. And they present alternative solutions. The extreme right suggests alternative bonds, but in repressive terms, but appealing to the state, to the homeland, to the nation, to race, to the family, or to the church. That appeal to these elements is an attempt to offer security, a shelter, refuge in a world which has been fragmented. It's like a police state, because social issues are channeled through the family. The nation is excluding. They present a theory of the Great Replacement, which means that we women must have children in Europe to prevent migrants from replacing us. Race is seen from what they call racial ecology. In other words, you acquire rights through blood. Not the place where you're born, but your blood. Where you're born is not relevant. What is relevant is jus sanguinis. In other words, who your mother is, basically. Churches and customs are the regressive framework where these things happen, and the family where the woman occupies a central role. Violence against women, in fact, from the right wing is fought with the idea that the players, the people who attack women, are foreign citizens. And they're not in favor of common law marriages. So, therefore, the idea is to replace the bonds offered by the labor space by other bonds, which are regressive, to offer certainty and prospects for tomorrow. Tomorrow is lived as a repetition as yesterday, because the tomorrow of the right wing is basically regressive. From the labor point of view, what they suggest, taking into account this situation, is very heterogeneous, because they speak of a policy that tries to attract the bourgeois that is worried about paying taxes, and the rich, they're convinced that a prolonged success in time, a historical success, which is that of the old rich, makes you especially virtuous. They think that if someone has done well, it's because they must have done something right. So basically, heterogeneous policies, because they try to attract the bourgeoisie, who is concerned about tax increases, but also the old rich and the working class that is threatened by migration. They have the strategic will of disseminating their social policies mediated by other elements, mainly by migration and other cultural battles like anti-feminism, anti-European policies, as Maria said, or anti-establishment positions. And that gives rise to a betting on protectionism, a state that on the one hand favors a set of people who are the ones that deserve protection, and on the other hand it excludes others who are considered must be disciplined, mainly because they are social parasites, because they are responsible for their poverty, or because they are a source of insecurity, which is the policy that is followed in migration policy. Ayuso has said this, imitating Milei. Bolsonaro also has said this. They say social justice is a result of envy and invention of the left wing. Basically, the idea is to replace class struggle for an interclass union, which represents that nation in the protectionistic sense. And I finish. From that perspective, with that diagnosis and those proposals, their positions are clearly to go against any policy that entails an intervention in the market, that entails controlling companies and controlling profits or business earnings, no matter how high these may be, opposing permanently the women going from private space to the public space and to the labor market, putting an end to pension gaps, and even despite they are champions of the family and care, they're also against the European care strategy, with the idea that care must not be professionalized, that the carers must be in the home with informal carers, people who work for free at home, and according to the EU, they lose 8.7 million euros. This is what is called the penalization of caring. And they are also against that. Of course, they are against putting an end to the platform economy, or at least controlling the platform economy. And therefore, they are against any type of progress in terms of gender and the rights of workers. When that has been translated into an intervention in the market or in businesses that might be damaging for companies. Now, despite that, they've tried to attract the votes and the support of workers, basically not favoring their interests, not supporting their inclusion in the labor space, or wage increases, or providing them more protection, but because they are said to be a firewall against fears that they have promoted. The problem, and with this I will finish, is not only that the extreme right presents a false security or a regressive security faced with eventual risks and fears generated artificially, but that the left wing in many cases have not offered an alternative that is convincing or that has been seen as a better alternative for many in the working class. And with this I will finish, but I'd like to suggest two solutions offered by the left. And I'm being self-critical here because I belong to the left, although I am independent and I don't belong to any political party, but I represent the left in the parliamentary group in the EU, in the European Parliament. I am member of the European Left Parliamentary Group, but I have to be critical with the left. There is a left that has been in collusion with that process of putting an end to these bonds that I talked about earlier, collective action, trade union action, a left that has understood democracy as a market, that had a pro-market mentality, and that they just acted as managers of what is possible. They have not wanted to transform anything. And there's another left which is in a policy of failure, in a very comfortable position, unable to act. It feels defeated, and it believes it is visionary. And it is in a position which is moralistic, with a depressive nostalgia, if you will, talking to workers from positions of nowhere, with no place and with any ability to transform anything. Very comfortable positions in a permanent marginality. Now, in these two worlds, which is the manager of what is possible and the ones who consider that anything is possible, that is where the extreme right has succeeded among the working class. And that is something that should concern us as left-wing people and as trade unionists that we are. Now, when there is no vision of the future, when the future is discounted, and when there is no projection of time, there is no collective action, there is no trade union action, because there cannot be any solidarity. Who does not identify with the future, who has no future, has difficulties to identify with the person next door. And our mission should be to rearticulate those bonds in the labor context, amongst others, but not do this in a repressive way, but in a transforming and inclusive manner, and place ourselves in the world where the left wing has not been situated. They only try to manage what is possible, or those who are in the dystopic world of the impossible. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, María Eugenia.
Thank you so much, Maria Eugenia. Thank you for your thoughts. That's why we're here, to think about all these things. It's always important to think and reflect about all these things. And without any further ado, let me give the floor to Pablo Simón. Thank you, Pablo. Good day, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you to the interpreters who are working on this. I am going to keep them busy. Now, what I would like to say in my presentation, basically it's 6 ideas, and I'm going to try to summarize these ideas so that we can leave some time afterwards for a debate. But these ideas are based on the empirical knowledge that we have in political science regarding populist right-wing or extreme right-wing or new right-wing parties. You can call them by any of these names. That's how what we see in the literature, and sometimes it's a bit confusing. But what type of parties are we talking about? That's what I will describe first, and then I'll talk about the differences between that family, which don't often come to the light. Radical left-wing parties, which in their more modern configuration emerged in Europe in the 70s or 80s, according to Casmud, political scientists, meet 3 requirements. The first one is that these are authoritarian parties in the way they operate internally and in the way they see society. They are an authoritarian counter-reaction to the May 68 process. The second fundamental element is that these parties of our nationalistic nature, they are parties that consider that there is an essentialist vision of the nation, and therefore that needs to be the main priority of their political discourse. And they also consider that there are races, peoples, cultures that are superior to others, that they were anti-Semitic in the mid-century. And the third element is that they are populist parties. They claim they are representatives of the nation in face of elites, either national or international, that are evil and corrupt. Therefore, I insist the 3 main elements of these parties are their populism, their nationalism, nativism, and their authoritarianism. This is the essential core. That is what makes this family similar. Those are their similarities, and they represent 15 to 20% of the vote in most European countries. To my knowledge, only Ireland doesn't have a representative of this type of party, nor Luxembourg. These are the only 2 where we don't have this family of parties. The second idea I wanted to convey is that often we overlook that these parties also have internal differences, and they disagree on the subjects that they focus on. Basically, I have identified 3 main differences in terms of their program. The first one is that there are some radical right-wing parties that are independentist and they want to create their own state. Others are centralist. Let me give you an example. The Northern League in the north of Italy, or the Brandstenen, for example, in the case of Belgium, also independentist. There are other places where they're not. These are centralist parties or contrary to national internal pluralism. For example, in the context of Vox, the Spanish party. And then the emphasis in cultural aspects. And here we see a very clear distinction between radical right-wing parties of a Catholic nature and those of a Central European nature. Let me explain. More Catholic parties are parties that focus more on a direct confrontation with the social elements or movements like sexual minorities or feminism. But Central European parties have radical right-wing parties that don't face these things directly. Often they try to create alliances, although they may be only symbolic, with these social groups to face what they call the fundamental threat, which is the presence of Muslim migration, which entails a threat for the rights of women or sexual minorities. I say this because just as in Spain, Vox's program is more similar to what the Eastern European right-wing defends. That is not the case if we compare 2 countries that have had leaders who were clearly homosexual, who were leading right-wing parties. But there's another thing that is also relevant, which is the association of these parties with the economy. It's not a central issue for most of them, but many do focus on a protectionist or interventionist program very clearly, but in other cases, not so much. In fact, I'd like to give you an example, which is the evolution of the National Front in Spain has suffered in the difference between the economic program that Le Pen father defended and the one that Le Pen daughter defends, which is a change that goes from defending neoliberal policies and confronting migration to policies that are still confronting migration, but that are more interventionist or protectionist, which makes these parties create alliances with certain social classes. The third element that I wanted to mention is the relationship between the social classes and the support there is right now to different political families in Europe. What we know since the year 2018 is that competition in Europe in terms of elections it has three poles to it. Why? Well, we have a left wing to a large extent that in terms of its program and types of social classes that they appeal to is more and more similar. There has been a convergence in left-wing programs. For example, social democrats have looked more to the left. Post-communist parties have incorporated the agenda of new rights. So in terms of program, the left wing is more and more similar, and they appeal to a social segment which is a great bastion of the left. These are social cultural professionals, especially those professionals or those social classes that interact with other people. The moderate left, especially the left in general, is the one that is in a labyrinth right now. They are the ones who are the right wing. There's a clear division between the classic moderate parties like Christian Democrats and the radical right-wing parties who are getting away from the classic moderate right, and they do so in terms of their programs because the moderate right is not anti-Europeanist and the radical right is.
The moderate right is not in favor of free trade. They've accepted part of the basic consensus which the radical right is not in agreement with, and this is doubtless being a problem for the classical right. And those persons who vote the radical right, again, this is general because per country we can nuance this. In Spain it's a little bit different, for instance, but basically there are two social segments: small owners, middle classes that voted the moderate right, and working classes that voted classical or traditional left parties. If we see the programmatic terms, it's impossible to actually join together those two classes because their orientation towards the welfare state is very different. But the key to ensuring that they achieve that alliance is what classically has been called the chauvinism of the welfare state. In other words, all of the ideologies have a blind spot, as they say. What do we know about the Enlightenment? We have liberalism, conservatism, socialism, but it didn't come on its own. It involved nationalism. So the community of which I must be a part of and solidary with. What the radical right does is reconfigure the community of solidarity. And there is a non-response regarding who I should be solidary with, and the radical right does have a response to that. I must be solidary only with those who are here. And this allows these two sectors to reach out to middle classes that before voted conservative, but which are slightly uncertain. They're concerned about safety. They're concerned about technological revolutions which are changing their work lives. And some traditional workers' classes that have changed very much for the past 30 years. Not the same in terms of social configuration, but who are concerned about losing their rights of class. I'm happy that I'm here where I am now, but working classes today in global terms are in this Southeast Asia. They're not in Europe. In other words, the world has changed. The world is global. And this is generating fear and concern among traditional working classes who see that they are no longer comfortable. And I think this explains the two main reasons whereby we see that these two parties are successful. Fear of those who are the losers of globalization, those who in material terms suffer. Not that they're not doing better today than they were 20 years ago, but they have the feeling that others have done much better for themselves. And they haven't achieve the kind of success they would have wanted to achieve. We can nuance this. And then the cultural anxiety that is generated by a world which is increasingly difficult to understand, and the changes in the political community. And I think that we can see this really clearly if we look at a map of the world. When we think about who votes the radical right, you'll see that there's a rural-urban gap which is huge. The rural parts of the world tend to vote radical right parties because the working hypotheses of fighting for scarce resources, even if there is little migration, is actually believable. In other words, these are parts of the world where the feeling is that they are lagging further and further behind. They have fewer and fewer services. There is not much of a migratory presence, but this has them veered towards a more reactionary vision. The other example, which has already been addressed, is gender. Men and women, the gender gap. Women, in cultural terms, seeing that there might be a backlash to their rights, and this has to do with the increase in these types of parties. And this is nuanced because the gender gap is actually less in those countries in which the person at the head of a far-right party is a woman. So the difference is not the same in France or Italy as in other countries. So there's that description. Am I like the leader? Do I say what the leader says? And two more basic ideas. I think it's obvious that the context is one that has us returning to authoritarianism. I'm concerned not about the left. I'm concerned about the moderate right. In other words, you cannot have sustainable democracy without a moderate right anchored in democratic values. And right now, this group is subject to great pressure because they don't know how to establish a relationship with this agent that often enough wishes to substitute them. It's happened in France and Italy. We see that the moderate right has basically disappeared. This is part of the aspiration of these parties. They don't know whether it's better to have a cordon sanitaire, include them in the government and see whether there's a wear-down effect, or the toll this takes. But we need to remember that the ideas of the radical right not only affect the moderate right, they affect the sum total of the system. And social democrats, in many places, we can talk about France. We can talk about the position on migration. We can talk about the German chancellor addressing migratory policies in Germany. Or we can talk about refugees in Denmark. This is just 3 examples where the ideas of the radical right have been very cohesive and have hard hit these parties. So what can we do? What can we do? Well, I don't think there's a silver bullet, but I believe there are 3 elements that are absolutely fundamental. I think today, Western democracies face 3 major challenges. First, efficiency. This, in a globalized context, in a complex system, the capacity that the state has to respond to citizens' demands and needs is less than it was before. Public policies are more difficult to achieve. We see new inequalities coming to the surface. We don't have the right tools to really be able to respond to those demands. A first element which needs to be rebuilt, I believe, is the concept of the state itself. In other words, we might have the best possible designs for public policies, but if your bureaucracy doesn't deliver, those citizens, of course, are going to feel left behind and will look to other political parties. And this authoritarian regimes claim to do better than democracies. Please remember that this is one of the critiques that comes from state capitalism in China and elsewhere. They say, we do it better than you do because you're slow and clumsy. We need to give this a rethink because without efficiency, we will not be able to deal with a second challenge, which is the system's receptivity. Often enough, there are persons who feel that the political system is not receptive to their needs. They feel unheard, ignored. And this calls for a rethinking of the democratic toolkit. How can we ensure that those people feel that they are a part of the political system? Now, this makes sense because parties, trade unions, churches are recycling. So the world changes and we need to rethink how we reach out to these new segments. We need to dare, try, and fail. And I believe the third element, which has also been broached, and it's fundamental, I believe, is to look forward. I have the feeling that one of the reasons why youth vote extreme right parties and green parties, because the only thing these two political formations have in common is fear of the future, although the solutions offered are very different. We are witness to major transformations. I believe we had never had such mobile policies as now, but sometimes what is missing is not the opportunity. What is missing is imagination. And perhaps this is the starting point. Maybe this is where we should begin to think about the horizon of a better life in order to ensure that the European Union itself is easier to live in. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was very interesting. No doubt food for thought. We will be able to continue to think. As a moderator, I am delighted with the discipline of our speakers. And now you have the floor for questions because we have 45 minutes. Javier?
Bueno, cuando conocí los nombres de quienes iban a estar en esta mesa, pensé que iba a ser muy interesante. Una vez que os he escuchado, reconozco, tengo que decir que es mucho más interesante aún. Y yo voy a centrarme solo, tal vez, en una cuestión. No se escucha bien, ¿no? No hay traducción.
No English translation.
I'm sorry, the English booth is not receiving the question. I'm sorry, but the English booth is not receiving the question.
No, pero no es un problema de micrófono, ¿no?
Is it a microphone issue? I can hear you now? Yes, thank you. Thank you. I was saying that when I saw who was going to take the floor today, I thought this is going to be interesting. Well, it has been very interesting indeed. So the question is that we've heard two outstanding analyses, Pablo, Maria.
Que nos llama a la gente de izquierdas en la intervención.
Something that calls my attention when I hear Maria Eugenia is, I like to say, after the crisis in 2008, I wonder, apparently the right might see results when the extreme right grows more in Europe. She said so. Maybe I would quote a well-known Spanish writer, Manuel Vázquez Montalbán. The right is uncertain. Those who believe it's apocalypse now and those who feel very comfortable. So that is an issue. That was a very interesting presentation, I have to say. I don't necessarily have to agree, but we heard about Greece having us veered towards the far right and the euro, against the euro. I don't know. I think that this is something that we can discuss. The far left in Greece is one that looks more towards Moscow. Syriza otherwise would not have achieved that 35% of votes, but they didn't want to leave the euro behind. They nearly pushed Greece out of the euro. The German Minister of Finance, who was behind that policy back then, pushing Greece to leave the Eurozone as a punishment. That wouldn't be important, but if it were not for a lack of alternative to that extreme austerity policy and the tremendous effects which affected other social democratic governments who had to implement that, in Spain, definitely, under Zapatero. And that explains the very important development of other Eurosceptical currents, other currents that are of the far right in Europe, because there was no alternative position upheld by the right. I believe that rebuilding the right at that point in time, well now, in other words, that policy implemented by the Troika, the IMF, was self-critical, explicitly self-critical, and they acknowledged that was a mistake, that was the wrong policy. And others, implicitly, the same. So it's very important indeed to take into account the moment in time, because now we are discussing economic reform along lines that are very similar to some of the lines that were in place back then. Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you. Yes, thank you, Javier. We have 4 questions. I'm going to group together the 4 questions. We will allow the panelists to take the questions and then more questions. Giulia, please. Giulia Barbucci.
Ringrazio davvero Maria, Eugenia e questo panel.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Maria Eugenia. This was a very interesting panel. Thank you also to Pablo, because Pablo has analyzed very clearly the situation, and he furthermore has contributed some thoughts. I come from Italy. Meloni is in power. It's the far right. And I would say that what is happening in Italy at this point in time is exactly what Pablo said. In other words, it is a contradiction in terms. It is a contradiction which exists between, or rather among, the far right / conservative right parties, because we have our first minister who hails from the far right, and from an economic point of view, she behaves very moderately. And this leads to an internal contradiction, which is actually the source of problems. So I would ask you, what do you think? In other words, when the far right arrives in government, there are 2 paths. The more populist path, and we see that we are advancing towards the European elections, and this definitely is important, but at the same time, the government itself is more moderate, because when it is time to govern, what you need is to provide responses. Just repeating populist speeches is not enough. This is something to take into account. This is the example. So I would wonder, can the same thing happen in other countries? This, I think, would evidence the confusions, the contradictions within the right, far right, moderate right, and this is where I stop. The internal confusions, we're talking about them now. Unfortunately, when the left arrived to power, when the left arrives in power, very often the left also behaves as if it were the moderate right. So this is the issue, I think. So why then? Why is it that citizens, men and women, this is the reason why there is not as active a voting pattern as there was before? Thank you.
It is something also new for us. Now, I think that we will never defeat the extreme right with slogans. So let's put the slogans aside. They are fascist, they are nationalist. We need to defeat the extreme right with attacking their policies. This is because the good face of our government in Europe is full of contradictions, but on the policies. On civil rights, they think they have Catholic roots, but the Pope clearly took a different position on migrants, on civil rights, on the concept of family, And so, where are the Catholic roots? I can attack them on this side. On nationalism, European approach, this is exactly what we risk, because people think that we need to be a bit more nationalist, looking at my country. Why should I be solidaristic with other countries? Now, the fact is that we have to show that if we are not solidaristic in the European context, we want growth. We want growth from the social and economic point of view, because Italy alone in the world is nothing. So this is, very problematic, how to show for us left-wing movements, because I think that the trade unions have their values which reflect more the left-wing movements. How do we show that we need a solidaristic approach and not a nationalist, populist approach in Europe, though if we are in Europe? When we come to trade unions, because here we are among trade unionists, what is really problematic, what is challenging for us is how these parties, but also in other countries, try to weaken the decision-making role of social partners. That is, we are useful as trade unions when there are problems in the working place. This is our role, but we are not useful in the decision-making processes for social policies, for economic policies. Therefore, the role of collective bargaining, but also to be at the table at national level. This is something new in Italy. Something new, because we were used to, anyway, to participate in the big policies, in the decision of the big policies. Now we are relegated to specific issues. And so then you said the economic policies, free market. We are all for the free market. I mean, we are capitalist societies. Come on. The problem is which rules we want to put to this free market. And this is where we have to attack them, because it's not the market who will solve all problems. But how do we attack these policies? So this is what I wanted to highlight, instead of talking about slogans, which, at least in Italy, will never work, at least for the moment.
Grazie, Cinzia. Miranda, please.
Sorry.
So, Lucy, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thanks for very interesting inputs into the debate and the debate itself. I find it extremely important and interesting, and thanks for the lot of, stuff to think about. Rather a few comments from my side. I was just thinking on the nationalistic EU policies and politics as such, thinking about, I'm from the Czech Republic, our politicians doing some steps, making some decisions or co-decisions on the European level, and actually commenting, informing back home, and acting also exactly the other way around. So here I can also see quite a huge kind of conflict. And if you still link it with the disinformation that has been referred here before, I mean, that's one of those that actually all of you here rightly identified as the fear from future, which is actually the basis of the issue of far right being on increase, which, by the way, Very often the parties just declare themselves on be moderately right, moderately left, centristic. But what I can see in last years, actually these brands are emptied because the parties are just doing the opposite policies and politics because of some current situation. So I mean, all this unidentified blurring of the landscape also contributes to the fear from the future, which for me would just go, and we are here actually to find some of the responses and some of the answers, because the political parties not that often do it. And brings me to the main motto of this event here. It's all about really improving living standards, improving the prospects for the future, which, you know, for generation was here as given that the next generation still lives slightly better than the previous one, which is not anymore here, because we can see from economic, from ecological point of view, the future generations are definitely not on the safe side of the future. So for me, actually, the question to all the panelists are really sound and solid, well-based social agenda, social progress agenda on all the levels. I mean, the EU being in a need of having much more grounds, much more responsibilities on this, but actually given down to the national level, to the regional level, up to the local level. Is this the answer? Thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. Vamos a iniciar el turno de respuesta en el orden inverso al que hemos empezado.
Very good. Thank you for those questions. We're going to now provide responses. Thank you. Yes. I'm going to give very brief answers. I would like to say that very quickly, even though we've said that the North-South fissure as of 2008 had very much to do with the upsurging of radical right parties in Europe, above and beyond the crisis, what we saw is that there were two stages. The first stage was that those in government, and it didn't matter whether they were left or right, well, they were ousted from power, which makes sense after a crisis. And then there was malaise when new parties arrived and had to carry out the same policies, because there was a fissure between the North and the South, and there was therefore a limitation to the wiggle room. It is decisive to think about that crisis, which was not well solved and overlaps with 2016 and the refugee crisis, and this really represents an explosion. Remember that some of the backlashes we've lived in Eastern Europe have very much to do with, I think, I'm perhaps the only person who is critical of Angela Merkel, but I'm critical not only for her economic policy, but because she empowered Eastern European countries and allowed them to lead their own agenda in the face of the South. And when there was backlash there, she did not react herself. And this segues with something that has been discussed before, which is that this crisis was one that implied an upturning in nationalistic terms. So we turned to the electorates. And I believe that this has had an impact, and we have not fully recovered yet from that impact. Because at the end of the day, we talk about seeing the contradictions, so the moderate right, vis-a-vis the radical right in Italy, and at the end of the day, those two questions are closely intertwined. But I'm concerned. My concern is as follows. If I have to think about two policies, and one is social or economic policy, and the other is migratory or security related, I think that from the framework of the nation state, it's actually easier to carry out symbolic, visible measures that will limit rights and freedoms or migratory processes than guaranteeing economic results. And thus, the left is at a disadvantage, because modifying the economic system is much more difficult and complex and has midterm effects. But you can symbolically forbid NGOs from arriving and helping migrants in the Mediterranean Sea. And this is visible. And this is why I think we need to think about how to deal with those contradictions that exist. But again, this is risky because when these parties are in government, they run the risk of having them remain in power, and therefore they will continue to implement cultural policies, political policies in a process of political backlash, which I believe Poland has only been able to empirically turn its back on. The conditions are difficult. We have yet to see whether this will or will not gel. So the social agenda is the response. Well, I think that it is a response. It is fundamental. It is important from the vantage point of the political economy. So the lesson learned after 2008 is that the European Union cannot be sustainable as a political project if the national voters believe that the European Union imposes measures which go against the grain of that social desire. So welfare is essential to generate a pro-European approach. This is what we always need to include in the equation. It's much more difficult to implement policies today within the welfare state framework than it was 30 years ago, not only because the world has changed, but because the gaps have changed and the types of inequalities are different. Everything is more complicated. And allow me to add that housing or the lack thereof housing policies have more to do with the generation gap and the lack of mobility in Europe than perhaps the impact of migration on youth. The youth don't seem to be worried about this. This calls for more imaginative policies than we've thought up so far to date. We need to rethink how the state is going to work and how the union is going to help us live better. Thank you. Thank you, Pablo. Maria Eugenia. Well, thank you. I'm going to try to respond as briefly as possible. Also, I'm going to be, if possible, as broad as possible in my reactions. As to the left, I would say that now this denial of the system is no longer the central axis. We don't have to be on the left turning our back, and we don't have to be, I don't know whether I'm going to come through clearly, the left that is always cheering on the politicians, which fine-tunes and tweaks and doesn't really tackle the issue as it deserves to be tackled. I think that what we need to do is think along three axes, which have come to the surface over the past few years, and which I think would have us thinking about the new labor. So what is the situation we find ourselves in? This is what I tried to describe in my initial address. Why has the reality of labor changed? What do we do with those workers? Writers, autonomous workers who are not working via remote, all of the ailments that result from loneliness, techno-stress, depression, exhausted, depleted societies, too long working days, the impossibility of achieving a work-life balance. So how do we articulate our policies? What do we do in the realm of work? Second, in order to transition along the path is feminism, but not just any feminism, not liberal feminism, elitist, entrepreneurial, focusing only on women who wish to lead. No, what I describe as relation-based feminism, more deeply rooted in the material and emotional needs that really target caregiving. I think that the revolution in the 21st century is thinking about caregiving. And it has very much to do with our new labor environment. And then environmentalism, being aware of the fact that we depend on natural resources. And this environmental transition, which must be completed, it's not an option. It is a must. This transition is going to happen. So how are we going to guide it? When we think about that transition, there need to be responsibilities that are shared evenly. We can't think about a green pact in Europe that splits Europe into producers of energy and places which are sacrificial, where waste is accumulated, where mines are built, where solar panels and consumer Europe thinking about e-vehicles. So this transition has to be approached from a solidary vantage point. So yes, I think that there is a solution. I didn't say so before, I'm going to say it now, that accusing left and that conformist left. As to the far right, I think that when you arrive in government, everybody becomes a little bit more moderate, the far right, the far left. Actually, in Castile-Leon, in different parts of the country, when Vox has not become more moderate, it's lost its ground. Vox cannot be standardized in Europe because it is proto-Francoist, because it is misogynist. And this radical approach of Vox, I think, has left it outside of the leeway. We see other extreme rights, Meloni, we see Le Pen. These are political parties that have whitewashed their programs. But if you don't become more moderate when you arrive in government, I believe they lose out, which is not to say that moderation shouldn't be ideological. I think that it should diffuse those policies which must continue to be on the streets. And abstention, well, I think that it has to do with what we're talking about now, and also because of what we discussed about political parties. I think that there was a crisis in terms of representation, and we are thinking about a democracy which is more business-based, which imitates, which replicates the market economy. If there's no difference between the economy and politics, it's not a good sign at all. I think that this, together with other realities, is a limiting factor. It is a factor, I believe, which explains this lack of the desire to vote. Cynical attitudes, not wanting to be on a list, foregoing the future, no relationships, and one which hasn't been underscored, and it has to do with the democracy as a market, this absenteeism, which does not successfully absorb the political energy of the population because it's all centralized, there's too much paperwork, and it has to do with strong leaders. This happens to the left and to the right. I, at least for years now, have been thinking about these things, and now very recently I've joined the political sphere, and I haven't changed my mind. I believe that political parties have serious structural problems, and they're not attractive. They're not attractive at all. And then about slogans, I agree. We have to be very cautious. We have to diagnose, and sometimes we fall into sloganism, and that's not necessarily the best possible approach. I agree. We need to think about the far right in order to tackle the far right, but we need to provide responses. Let me give you an example. The left has not responded properly to the migratory issue. The right has provided a response, a bad response, but it has responded. The left has not responded. Let's not think that repeating that there is the right to migratory pacts which are never made good upon, appealing is not going to solve, because people realize that it's very hypocritical, and people realize that it's not an efficient response. It's not a solution. So it is not true that the left is providing responses. I would say that neither good nor bad, but there's no response. And migratory issues are important, but there's more than that. There's multinationals. There's free trade agreements. No good answers are being provided by the left. The right does provide responses, not necessarily good, but they do react. I close the border. No to free trade. Protectionism, national. And people acknowledge that there is a path that may be followed. It's not the right path. It probably leads to the wrong place. Probably. It's part of the problem. It's not part of the solution, but it is the path to follow.
The left often does not offer a way forward, and that is also a problem. Not only that we don't challenge the extreme right or that we make it a fetish, that given our proposals, they make them seem useless, but we don't have good responses for everything. And let me end with nationalism, which has been mentioned here on 2 occasions. In order to fight excluding nationalism, because not all forms of nationalism are excluding, many are inclusive. But in order to fight excluding nationalism, the first thing that we need to do is understand it. And if we are in a boat in the storm, in the sea, in a lifeboat, and in that lifeboat is our son and somebody that we don't know, but we know they're going to save humanity from a disease like cancer, even though rationally it would be more advisable to save the person who is going to save humanity from cancer. And therefore, in terms of social usefulness, it will be more profitable to save that person than save our child. We have a special obligation with our children. With nationalism appeals to those special obligations we have with the people whom we do share things with. That is very difficult to deactivate. That is very difficult to break, because the main question is, why are we in a lifeboat in the middle of a storm? Basically, we must challenge the assumption. Very often, we accept that assumption and to fight the response from nationalism. So, therefore, what we need to question, what we need to challenge when we want to fight extreme or excluding nationalism is the place where we are. Why are we in a lifeboat? Why are we not in land? And of course, that has to do with social fragmentation. Otherwise, it's very difficult to convince people, to convince ordinary people that when faced with those circumstances, it is completely irrelevant that one of the people in that lifeboat is their son or their neighbor or somebody they have shared things with, or a woman like she is, or somebody from her own race, or somebody who is part of her history and her biography. It's very difficult. We need to ask that question before we answer that other one. So it's important for the left to also think about this carefully. And that's all. And also, oh no, I also wanted to mention one more thing. Fostering solidarity, it cannot be done only based on shared interests in the face of survival. It must be done from the commonalities, the good practices, good shared relations. In other words, making what we share positive, and not only showing solidarity with the other because we face a common risk. I think we have to go from the society of risk to the society of what is common to all of us in order to succeed, because the risks are many and fear is justified very often. Thank you. Yes, I wasn't going to say anything because I was supposed to do the introduction and then let the other two people speak. But I want to say something because I think my only valid conclusion, and then we can talk if you want about that Greek left-wing party. It wasn't until January 2015 that Syriza said that they wouldn't want to get out of the euro. But we could talk about that later. But what I do see, or I wonder, and I give you this element for you to think about, whether those extremes that are in the European Parliament, especially the extreme right and also the extreme left that Maria Eugenio mentioned about, that they think they speak the truth, but it is the inheritance of the Eastern ex-communist states. What they have in common is that feature of populism, the extreme right and extreme left. They provide very simple solutions to very complex problems. And sometimes they compete with more authoritarian societies. And I wonder whether in the coming European elections, in June of next year, there isn't that much time left, and we're going to go into a campaign very soon. Shouldn't we step back from the traditional framework left-right? Shouldn't we perhaps understand that there's a different divide of whether you want a more progressive or conservative model when providing solutions from Europe, and start to see that there's another axis, another divide, which is articulating minorities and majorities, which is between those who defend democracy, the rule of law, European values, the Charter of Fundamental Rights, and those who defend, especially from the extreme right, but also from the extreme left, that the solutions can come from more authoritarian systems or systems that are less respectful with the values that we defend in the European Union. And Meloni sometimes is, thinking about that, because these parties, when they come to power, they become less radical, because the Meloni in Italy, her discourse is very different to when she goes to Brussels. She wants to be more pragmatic. She's not that radical. But when we try to really see, scrape the surface and see what are the values that all these parties have in common, and Pablo described this very well. Are you in favor of the values that are part of the European DNA, or are you against those values? Are you in favor of democracy with a separation of powers, with the rule of law, or are you against it and you think that is not the best government system, and what you want is to recover control but to decide what you wish without necessarily respecting those values towards minorities or democracies? And there, what is left for us is not to fall into the trap. Yesterday, we went right or left, and the left are always going to be the social classes that are more modest, and the right wing for the rich. That is no longer the case. The yellow vest voted for Le Pen. So let's leave that mindset and defend what brings us all together. For those of us who defend a European Union that can come up with solutions and show solidarity. So it's respecting certain values or disrespecting those values. Respecting or disrespecting those values. And the only thing that we can do from European institutions, if we defend the EU, I am a civil servant. I don't speak on behalf of any political party. The only thing we can do is encourage people to vote, whatever ideology they belong to, because the extremes are always mobilize their people very well. And the citizens who are in the center, or conservative, progressive, whatever, who don't really know the European institutions, they are more difficult to mobilize. So for the coming European elections, our responsibility, our duty is to make people realize what is at stake in European elections, and that they go to vote. Right, thank you very much. let us thank the speakers for this very interesting session on what to do based on an analysis of the facts. And now I think we can take a well-deserved coffee before we begin the final session. Thank you to all of you.
Hola. No sé si se me...
All right, thank you so much for coming back. We're going to now continue and begin the last panel, panel number 4 of this extraordinary meeting in Madrid. And in this panel session, we're going to talk about strategies and main challenges for the workers group in the short and medium term. As I said, this is the last panel of our meeting, and it's a moment for discussion, for brainstorming, so that our debate group can think about their priorities and strategies in this regard. The experience of our group chair and of our speaker, Miguel Otero from the Elcano Institute, they're going to introduce elements, very valuable elements for our discussion. Learning the point of view on the main challenges, main economic and social challenges of the European Union, their connection with the ongoing economic reforms, I think can give us a lot of food for thought. Yesterday, in the different panels, even in this morning's panel, we talked about things like decent employment, the rights of workers, austerity, which we think might be coming, and the social response we can provide to this austerity. It was also mentioned that the trade union movement through the European Trade Union Confederation is working on a Euro demonstration for December the 13th in Brussels. The geopolitical context, which is so complex now, the coming European elections, or the progress of the right wing, which was also mentioned in this morning's panel, and also the fact that there are new inequalities now. We don't want to go into too much detail on the subjects that have already been discussed. New subjects will come up as well. That is the raison d'etre of this panel. And we have an external speaker, and we're going to have an introduction, the state of play from our chair, Lucy, where they will give us their point of view on the challenges and strategies in order to give the floor to Miguel Otero from Elcano Institute. We have a little bit more time than we expected because our third panelist was unable to come, unfortunately. He is ill. So for once, we can be more generous with the time. So let me now introduce Miguel Otero, who is a senior researcher at the Elcano Royal Institute. He is professor at the Instituto de Empresa University, also an associate researcher at the European Union Asia School of Management in France. He was also a professor of international economics in Paris. He was also at the Queen Elizabeth House at Oxford University, PhD researcher and associate professor of the Oxford Roche University. And he also has a master's degree from Manchester University. This is not really a specific question. It's just a starting point for your intervention. We suggest you talk about how you think the advance of the European agenda can progress and the latest crisis of the past few years, given the impact they have had on the economies of the countries of the EU. This is just a suggestion. So you have the floor. No, sorry. First of all, I need to introduce Lucy. Sorry about that. First of all, we're going to give the floor to Lucy, our chairwoman, who is going to make a few remarks. And I also want to tell her that we can also be very generous with the time, and you can use it as best you please. Thank you, Lucy.
Very much, Isabel. I mean, I would still bet on having good discussion then after the addresses of myself and Professor. But I mean, let me just rather frame the debate a little bit on pointing on some of the challenges, and we are actually talking about them yesterday and today as well. And I mean, really extremely interesting debates here, and still looking forward, because that all is going to feed into formulating our priorities and then kind of our challenges or demands towards the parties and fractions and. So in a few months from now, the European politics will be on the elections for the European Parliament. Much of the time between now and then, the political parties gonna be occupied with building election programs and strategies, and it's already going on for the moment. And for us as trade unions, it is obvious that we will be building our key demands around the social questions. As I mentioned yesterday already, our priorities overarching motto is pushing for social progress, and are to be ready by, and it has been mentioned here, by 13th of December, where we should approve it and then immediately go and demonstrate for that within the Euro demonstration. In principle, this should be easy, but in reality, not really. The reason is that many important issues, especially in the domain of social policy, do not fall into the competencies of the European Union. Since its creation, the EU has had a social dimension, but always in a limited and restrictive way. After the creation of the single market, concerns about social dumping were high on the agenda of the EU social policy. Sometimes this was narrowed down to small but intense battlefields, like the succession of legislative cycles on posted workers. This debate ended with half success, as the phenomenon of letterbox companies and difficulties and abuses suffered by posted workers are still prevalent. We have now been asked by the Belgian presidency to draft an exploratory opinion on the posting of drivers in the European transport sector in order to explore the efficient use of existing mechanisms for evaluating and ensure workplace protection. The EU enlargement brought new opportunities and new challenges, also to enlarge the social agenda. For instance, the combined analysis of cohesion and mobility shifted the focus to the question of wage convergence. The story of minimum wage coordination is a very interesting case study. The idea popped up seriously in the 2014 European Parliament campaign already. However, very few would have thought before the 2019 European elections that this could become a relevant legislative initiative, even though we as trade unions had campaigned for an EU-wide pay rise in previous years. The adoption of the directive on adequate minimum wages, which also helped to strengthen collective bargaining, is now a really huge success, depending still on the proper implementation, but this is one of the successes we really desperately need. A widely shared view is that the progress of recent years was made possible by adopting the European Pillar of Social Rights, which in 2017 opened the door for fresh thinking and gave wings to activists of social policy and to the advocates of a social union. The momentum created by the pillar and the subsequent action plan helped close the gap between a rapidly deepening economic integration on one hand and social integration on the other hand. The latter has always been lagging behind and was considered of secondary importance at EU level. More importantly, since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the EU policy debate has shifted towards securitization and militarization, and the political landscape, by and large, has become less favorable for progressive forces in the next EU elections. Should this lead to a retreat on the social agenda? Our work as trade unions is to work for a fair Europe with secure jobs, decent pay, excellent public services, women's rights and equality for all, strong workers' rights, and reinforced collective bargaining and social dialogue. It is also to help to acknowledge that ordinary citizens, policy experts, and politicians define the social dimension of the EU more widely than the way the social affairs portfolio in EU institutions. At the end of the day, the social effects of EU governance in the short run depend mainly on decisions in the area of economics rather than on social policy. Interestingly, in current assessments of the developments of the EU social policy, the Next Generation EU is frequently mentioned as a major addition, even though it is not an instrument with an explicit social mandate, and in different countries actually is treated very differently. Progressive reform at EU level requires a consistent plan to reshape the economic model of the integration and further develop social legislation. 2 years ago, the informal social summit generated a new impetus amidst the COVID-19 emergency. Although enthusiasts of a social union pointed out some ambivalence, now we remember it as a major event which helped turn the promises of the pillar into reality by energizing the action plan designed by the European Commission. Another social summit in Porto in May this year reminded us that the work has only started, and without rehearsing and enhancing the progressive agenda, the 2021 upturn may fade away. Now we all focus on Ukraine and Israel-Palestine conflict, but we can only guess in which situations we will be in spring 2024 and what exactly its legacy will be in the hearts and minds of European citizens. The debates on the EU social agenda are therefore now on a low burner, but the political sentiment in Europe is changing month by month. It would be folly to assume that the ideas and feelings of 2022 or 2023 will entirely determine the agenda of the 2024 elections. Our work should therefore be to sustain the favorable momentum of recent years, driven by the understanding that most major developments of the time, climate change, digital revolution, recovery, all test the resilience of our social models and highlight the need for further innovation. Europe may embrace a more securitized future, but even if that is how the next chapter of our history will be written, it must come with a new social contract and with an expanded rather than a reduced EU social agenda. Thanks for your attention, and Professor, floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much for this introduction. Buenos días a todos. Bonjour. Guten Tag.
Good morning, everyone. Bonjour, guten Tag. It is a pleasure for me to share a few thoughts with you on all these matters. I'm not a trade unionist, I am a professor, but I've always been very sensitive regarding social matters. Apart from being an analyst at the Royal Elcano Institute, and international economic politics that I deal with has to do with relations of power, asymmetry in power. Also, it contains a fair social agenda. And since I teach that at our institute, Instituto de Empresa, there is a research project going on that I have been working on, which is called the Digital Revolution and the New Social Contract. If you Google me, you will see all the papers that we have issued on the subject. Let me repeat, the digital revolution and the new social contract. Last year, for example, we dealt with subjects like digital markets or how perspective is important when making political decisions, or things like cryptocurrencies, artificial intelligence, and public policies, and in public services, and the digitization of SMEs and skills too. Training, reskilling workers for this new context that we are living in. And this year, we are focusing on subjects like the data economy, the importance of data. Usually, they say that this is the oil of our era, but that is not really true, because oil cannot be reutilized, whilst the data can be reutilized. So we have issued many papers, for example, on more collaboration between public administrations and private companies in data management and in exploiting data. So if you're interested in these subjects, you can Google it, and you will find this is work that has been going on for many years. Okay, so let me now begin my talk, and I'm going to divide it into 4 parts. First of all, I'm going to talk about the current geopolitical context. Then I will talk about Next Generation EU that Lucy mentioned. Then the fight against the fiscal evasion, which I think is a very important issue for the social agenda. I don't know if you've talked about it yesterday and today, but I do think it's very important to underscore this. And lastly, everything that has to do with the welfare state and the new social contract for the digital revolution era. So the current context. Well, I'm sure you've read a lot about the war on Ukraine, the rivalry between the US and China, and how that is affecting many countries and many societies, probably about also on the war between Israel and Palestine. There are many analysts who are already starting to connect the dots, to connect those 2 theaters of operations. The Ukraine on the one hand, and tensions in the Southeast China Sea and in the Strait of Taiwan. And now what is happening in Israel and Palestine, where China increasingly is more critical with what Israel is doing. And we can also see there a division between the 2 superpowers. Europe, just as many other countries of the so-called southern global south, I like to call it plural south, because it's not homogeneous. Obviously, it has that division between the U.S. as its guarantor, the guarantor of its security, and they are more and more dependent on the U.S., and the war on the Ukraine is showing this clearly in terms of technology, energy, and in terms of security, of course. And that makes them weaker. And on the other hand, they have a lot of trade with China. And this is a difference between the U.S. and China. It is not in the fight for the world hegemony. It is not there for world primacy, for being the great superpower, which is the fight between the U.S. And China. And still today, although the stance towards China changes, the feeling in Europe is that we need to continue to collaborate and cooperating. We need to continue to have trade with China, and we should not turn our back on China. We should not isolate China. That would not be beneficial for us. because we're an open economy. And many of our companies, as you know, not only compete in China with the Chinese companies, but they compete with Chinese companies in the whole world. So we need to know what China is doing and how it is developing. But in this context, we have the idea of autonomy, open strategy, and as you know, in some countries, that is a great objective, whilst in other countries, they don't know whether they should take on that objective. In Spain, there's a wide consensus that that should be the aim of the union. In other words, to have more strategic autonomy. I don't know if you're aware that the Spanish government, under its presidency of the EU, has published a report that I recommend you read because it's a very interesting analysis on the dependencies of the European Union in the face of third countries, but also what can the EU do to be more autonomous in 4 very important fields which are don't include security. It's a more social agenda.
And they are technology, energy, health, and foodstuffs. I recommend it. Because there are very many proposals that are very interesting, and it actually upholds a circular economy, more sustainable. And I do recommend that you read it. Now, I believe that Europe increasingly faces a trilemma. Many of you doubtless have read on occasion David Roderick, who is, I believe, a well-known economist with a social agenda. So there's a trilemma. Hyper-globalization, the state, and democracy are just not compatible. Something's got to give, and something has given. Trump, Brexit, the extreme right, more protectionism, more nationalism, something's given. I think the European Union faces another trilemma. And this trilemma is as follows. We have 3 objectives. One is transition, green transition. As a fundamental pillar, what we want to do in the upcoming 10, 20 years. And this parallel to digital transition as a tool in order to achieve that green transition, although we know that digitization has costs and expenses and its own contamination of computational power, what you need for digitization. Those are the major transitions which we are going to address, especially green, the green element. Then on the other hand, we have the debate that addresses economic security. Economic security, less dependency on others, less vulnerabilities, more resiliency, strategic autonomy, if you will, which implies, up to a certain degree, a reindustrialization of Europe, or at least the capacity to develop in technological terms and the possibility of further production within Europe. And third, fiscal discipline. Rigor, fiscal rigor. If you want to say it differently, return to austerity. You can't have all 3 at the same time. The US, because it issues the currency par excellence, is focusing on the first 2. So the transition, the energy transition will be achieved. That's the first steps, IRA, and more economic safety, more autonomy, more own production. And the IRA, of course, is the legal framework that is the one that best reflects that trend. So I think that even though there will be calls to a return to fiscal discipline and so on. I think that there are going to be very many appeals in Europe to strategic autonomy, reindustrialization, economic security. So the context, the background may well be negative, but then again, it might be positive if we think about a social agenda, if we think about protection of workers, protection of employment in Europe. Now, second issue. This brings us to Next Generation EU. I think Next Generation EU is a positive step. It's a good thing. So the SURE, the short-term unemployment, less hours, I think that that has helped the social agenda. I believe that Next Generation EU is a notable change in the response to the global financial crisis and the euro crisis that we remember from 10 years ago. And furthermore, in our country, we have underscored the importance of social agents actually being owners, if you will, understanding that there are investments. I think this is a good thing. And I believe that Spain, as the second most important recipient of European aid, is accountable. Spain has to prove that the seedling of general funds, of a fiscal union, central funds, however you want to name it, I think that that might be a good thing if we are, in fact, to modernize and make more resilient the economy of the union. You know that there is a debate as to whether this is going to be a program, because this was a response, something that happens every 10 years. But there are very many others who say that we need to continue with that next generation idea. And what's interesting here is that in the union, those who are critical with Next Generation EU and the mutualization of expenses, if you will, and finance and fiscal issues in the union, I think that those who want that centralized fiscal element, a union, I think that they are in opposition to an assessment, a detailed assessment of the effects of Next Generation EU. Some because they think that those who say this was a success, it's going to call for continuation, and those who are concerned because they are concerned about this having been a failure. So there are opposing forces, opposing objectives, and no interest in having a true breakdown of the effects of public expense to be implemented in these countries. Spain, as I said, is the second recipient. So social pressure and the political battle is pending, and I think that from a social point of view, this should be included in the next budget of the Union, and it should address the issue of fiscal funds that are central in order to be able to invest in many of the public goods of a European nature, which we need for the upcoming 10 years. And those, of course, are, well, security, if you want, and anything and everything that implies more autonomy, and elements that have to do with our policy, because we need a European industrial policy, European investment, European infrastructures, production capacity, chips, and so on, and many different elements, deep tech in Europe. And also, probably, if we want to help the Ukraine, if we want to help Ukraine to be independent after the Russian invasion, if we want more security ourselves, and if we want to protect ourselves, those who are hardest hit by these wars, well, the same as green transition, we need resources for a social agenda and a welfare state in European countries that is worthy of the name. But those who are critical of more expenses in Europe will say, and I think they're right, who foots the bill? Who pays for this? Who's going to pay for that additional debt burden? And this is where we address fiscal issues and the union's proprietary resources. I think that it's too early to debate, and I think that we need to think that this is an issue. What are the resources? What are the taxes? Let's be clear. What are the taxes in order to pay for that additional central tax clout that we want? And therefore, point number 3. Tax evasion. I don't know whether you read the most recent information from the observatory by Schubman, published very recently, where we see a breakdown, we see a detailed analysis of where we stand with regards tax avoidance in European and global terms. Well, we see that what's good, we see what's bad, we see what's ugly, and with regards to what's good, well, we hear that in fighting tax evasion, yes, we've come a very long way in stopping individuals' tax evasion, because private parties, until fairly recently, actually hit, quote-unquote, 9% of the world's GDP in tax havens, and now it's about 3 or 4%. So yes, we've come a long way. We've achieved an agreement whereby corporate tax be at 15%, a historical multilateral agreement, yes. And the negative aspects is that there are very many loopholes. There are loopholes, legal loopholes, in fact. Sectors that are not necessarily included under this umbrella, and thus collection is not what we expected. So these experts say that we would need to go from 15 to 20%, that minimum corporate tax, globally speaking, in order to collect what we would want to collect. The US, for instance, has many states that are tax havens themselves. The OECD is not implemented in the USA, so these are issues. And finally, and this is the ugly part, and this is something we should look at, multimillionaires the world over practically don't pay taxes. They build companies, etc., and according to this study, they pay 0.5% of the earnings obtained on a yearly basis. And this study addresses the possibility of a 2% tax on multimillionaires. Multimillionaires that, if we observe the 3,000, only 3,000 in the world, if that 2% tax were to be levied on their fortunes, the profits would be of 250 billion yearly. 250 billion in English, the speaker clarifies for the benefit of the English speakers. So our work is cut out for us. And if you think about this context, wars, whenever there are wars in history, we see that afterwards there is a social contract for those who have more so that they pay more. That's the context. And finally, let me not go on at too great of a length, another issue, which is welfare states in general, how to bolster them, how to reinforce them. I believe that the report, the high-level group about these issues, I think it's very clear also, very clear. very interesting proposals, and it defends a welfare state that is not of the 20th, but rather of the 21st century. A welfare state that covers all of those who have an open-ended contract and those who have temporary contracts, or those who have part-time work, and offer social protection to those groups that are more vulnerable, those groups who do not now benefit from social protection, those who have less, young people, immigrants, women, and so on. So there is a lack of balance, and we have this in our states, and we would need to have minimum social protection standards in all countries of the European Union. There are discrepancies, and I believe that that is the budget that we need. That's the budget we need in central terms. Those differences. So that's good for the single market. All of the state aids, 70% go to Germany and France, and that generates asymmetries in the single market. But in social terms, it's the same. We have those major asymmetries, and history of nations, I think, proves to us that they can only be sanded down with that central fiscal capacity. And what does this mean? Well, this means that you need to skill and you need to reskill. You need to train, retrain, and that also means that we should have in Europe, we should have daycare centers free of charge for children aged from 0 to 3. In most countries, this does not exist. I think that this is essential. As you know now, this education, those first 3 years really determines children's development. Children who are 3, 4 years of age from lower social classes who don't benefit from that have less of a vocabulary than a 3 or 4-year-old from better off families. So in terms of revolution, this gap is important. And one of the problems in our society, I think that we saw this yesterday, we saw it today, that division which exists between the elites, the haves, and most of the population, the have-nots who do not have access to that education. So we see that there is a lack of empathy between the elites who are at a great distance from poverty, from marginalization, from the difficulties that affect many of the persons who don't have that privilege, who don't understand. Those who have those problems. And this is something that I think we need to take very much into account in all of our societies, the division between the haves and the have-nots. Thank you. I'm sorry I spoke for perhaps a little bit too long. Thank you for your attention.
Sí, pues muchas gracias a ambos. No se oye. Vale. Muchas gracias a.
Thank you very much to both speakers. I think that Lucie has a question. Should this general panorama lead to a backlash in our social agenda? And we've heard talk about those elements, what should be our work as trade unions in order to, in fact, work for social progress. Miguel has broached the trilemma. One of the elements is the austerity policy, and he's also talked about the fiscal policy and its importance, central funds to invest in pro-European goods, investment in European industry and technology, and anything and everything that affects us when thinking about the upcoming budget. And something else which I thought was very important how we're going to see a bolstering of the welfare elements and the social asymmetries. I think that these are very important ideas, and the debate is going to be a very interesting and fruitful one. So the list, which is here, thank you, Jose Antonio, Cynthia, Andrea, Franca, Javier, Jacques, and Helen. So, Jose Antonio first. Thank you so very much for your address, and thank you also for being so very clear. Thank you. I have two questions, beginning at the end. Thank you for talking about the possibility of having another different policy to encourage an increasing birth rate. And then in Europe, the resignation, this demographic winter, well, if European families have decided to not have children, and this seems to be the case, or a utilitarian perception of immigration, immigrants are going to come to provide a solution to the demographic winter, and that is the solution to turn the pyramid upside down. Now, from the left, from the field of social progress, of course there's other policies. Of course there are. I thought that it was interesting. A necessary public network of creches, free of charge. Good paternity and maternity schemes. A public housing policy. Of course, labor improvements. Free textbooks. An excellent public educational network that will make it more affordable to have children. I think we all understand that. So this is a debate which I think is not happening. Incentivate family growth from the left, from the vantage point of progress. So that's one thing. And another thing is I think that there's a certain degree of complex talking about defense policies. You've talked about the need to be autonomous in strategic terms. Perhaps in Europe, we have to understand that from the point of view of defense policies, the military elements. Is this possible? Could it be, apart from being members of NATO? We know that it's impossible, but mid to long term, we have defense systems in place which are not compatible between and among the different member states. There's no coordination. We need more investment. We need more research. We need more development in the field of defense. And we face the risk, and I think that we have the example of Afghanistan, the risk of actually becoming Afghanistan. So at a given point in time, our friend from the US, for whatever results, because the elections might be what they might be next year and ignore multilateralism vis-a-vis the Russian presence in Ukraine, or because of polls, decides to pull in Afghanistan and decides to leave Europeans on their own. So is it possible to be autonomous? Is it necessary? Is it possible above and beyond NATO? Thank you. Thank you beforehand. I know the questions are difficult. Thank you. Cynthia. Thank you.
Learning how to finance the social agenda, because you raised some points. I would like to, because we all know that we have our social agenda, we have our objectives, the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights, we have the accompanying policies for the digital and green transitions, and then poverty. We know our agenda. The problem is, as you said, who is paying for this? Now, I think, what do you think about defining European common goods? Because the point is, Europe has European funds for national projects, but Europe has not European funds for European projects. Which are the common goods Europe wants to invest in? health, education, energy, water. There are some common goods. Europe has to be able to have its own European projects and investments and not leave it to the national countries. This is my view, because if we talk about skilling, reskilling, and education, but then we give the responsibility only to the national dimension, then this is, we will not grow together. The second question is about additional taxes, because you said tax evasion, very good. When we talk about tax policies in Europe, we know that this is national policy, subsidiarity. Everybody is very skeptical to look at European dimension. But what about financial transaction tax? What about extra profit, taxing extra profit? Of course, taxing wealth, but we know that it is impossible with the present treaties, so this is at national level. But there are already commitments taken that we cannot go on, and on the tax area. So what do you think about this? Of course, minimum corporate tax, it is already discussed, OECD, G7, G20, everybody has taken commitment, but we are far from reaching any result.
Franca.
Je vais parler français. Je ne sais pas si vous avez... C'est ici? Oui. Parfait. Merci beaucoup pour votre intervention. Il y a un lien aussi.
Thank you very much for your comments. Yes, there is an association we heard this morning, and I would like to pose two questions, actually. I am French, so when I see the votes in France, for instance, well, we see that in rural areas, there are persons who feel left behind because public services are not being provided, and they are the ones who vote for the far right. This is very clear, and this has been the case for years. So I have a question. My question is, how is it possible that technology now, for instance, well, what we see in France is the use of artificial intelligence. This is what we're using now to better respond to citizens. So do you think that technology might help to ensure a more democratic achievement of social services for all? That's my first question. The second question has to do with digital transition, or transitions which could be bumpy because of the effects. And the green transition is important also. We've seen votes in Germany, and this morning I was talking with a colleague from Luxembourg about the Greens. Well, the Greens have lost. Why have they lost? Because citizens believe that it's too expensive, or that they need to foot the bill. So a more environmentally friendly transition. How could we reduce the effects of these transitions? What kind of a fiscal policy would we need? So in terms of digital, we have increased productivity. Companies are more profitable. So how do we distribute that? It could perhaps be tax-based. So levy greater taxes on capital and not on labor. How would we go about this in Europe? Thank you.
Sì, grazie. E anche io volevo innanzitutto ringraziare il professore Lusi per...
Thank you very much. I need also to say thank you to the professor for launching this debate. There's two things. First, I think, and this is very, very clear, that one of the main challenges that we've faced, not only as a trade union, but as citizens also, is to ensure and articulate sustainability, social sustainability, in these major transitions which are taking place. Environmental transition, digital transition, but also taking into account all of the concepts that we've broached. So support sustainability, social sustainability, also in strategic terms, all of the issues. You have economic governance, for instance. So the challenge is, how do we articulate, how do we actually fit social sustainability in all of these different fields? And I have a question. The main question, which we sometimes leave on the sidelines, is how one of the prior conditions that can guarantee social sustainability, how it can actually be the political situation in Europe. How can we guarantee that a greater degree of integration may result from a greater political integration of the Union? So think about the architecture, the architecture which will do away with those asymmetries that we're talking about. It would be necessary, I think, to do things differently in institutional terms. The report issued by the European Parliament on the amendments, in other words, the reform of the European Union Treaty, which encompasses broad political participation and has huge value added in political terms, I think sets forth a very clear line. The preponderance of European institutions, the Commission, the European Parliament, in the face of national institutions, intergovernmental institutions or entities. And this, I think, clearly makes a reference to the competencies. We can talk about strategic autonomy of an open-ended nature, as the professor said, if we talk about reindustrialization in Europe. But what do we mean when we say reindustrialization? If we don't have a European policy for industry, if we don't have a European policy for industrial policies, which brings me to question number 2. The first, then, is how you, Professor, see the feasibility of integration, supporting the report from the Parliament. And question number 2, then, has to do with common tools, next generation, for instance, which is not really a permanent tool. It's just a temporary stopgap, but in industrial policies, the true challenge we will be facing is guaranteeing European policies that will be funded by common tools. So the Solidarity Fund, which should have a strategic impact because it should guarantee a European policy that be truly European, but also an economic policy, because if we successfully invest in European goods in European terms, we will be making it possible for different countries to avail themselves of useful resources. So we see that there is that additional degree of social sustainability. So my question is, what is your opinion regarding a reform of European institutions of a federalist nature? And do you think it would be possible to build permanent European tools for subsidies, for aids, for a competitive result in national terms? Because these subsidies will not be competitive perhaps in European terms. Thank you.
Yo quisiera plantear, tanto Lucy como Miguel.
Yes. 2 questions for Miguel Otero, the professor. First of all, what is the analysis, if possible, and the analysis and diagnosis on the reform of the governance framework and fiscal rules in Europe? And my second question is on the impact in foreign policy that we seem to have. What is the impact on our foreign policy of the new conflict in between Israel and Palestine in the Middle East? Impact, I mean, in the economy and other fields, because the European Union has made a lot of progress after the last crisis. In the pandemic, we had the vaccinations, the vaccines, and then next generation. We also had a common position in the situation of Ukraine when it was invaded by Russia. But now it seems to be be regressing in economic terms. Next generation is, for example, Germany and other countries, they don't have the same opinion. And then the budgetary framework. So and also what is happening with the proposal to reform the governance framework, freezing of the sovereignty fund in the Green Pact. Well, they're really, I mean, we need fiscal muscle to finance common goods in Europe. And we seem to have a fiscal agreement, but last Friday, it all blew up. The summit of the council, their conclusions, I think, are insufficient. The concept of humanitarian pause is very unfortunate. How do you interpret that? Humanitarian pause, that's not enough. And then in the voting in the UN Assembly, they voted an assembly of a proposal of ceasefire. They only got 12 votes more. The rejection, 12 votes more than Israel and apart from Israel and the US. So some say yes, others say no. The support to that ceasefire suggestion, Ireland, Belgium, Spain, and others abstained, and 14 voted against. So we don't seem to have a foreign policy, is what I mean, a European common foreign policy, and that concerns me. We're going backwards. We had made a lot of steps, and now we're going back on those steps. Thank you, Javier. Jacques is next. Sí, gracias, señor.
The title of our session, this particular session, is Strategies and Main Challenges for the Workers' Group for the Short and Medium Term. And if I may refer just very briefly to the last session, I found myself sitting here as we approached the end of a session which was about how do we stop the far right in Europe. Thinking, we've spent the whole session discussing the far right, discussing their characteristics, their nuances, etc. But we haven't actually discussed how to stop them. And it struck me that somebody should have said that the essential prerequisite to win political support over an opponent is to advance a superior vision of the future than that which they are advancing. And it's relevant in the context of main challenges for the medium term, certainly. Because we know the vision of the future of the far right. It's a return to a rose-tinted, reinvented past. I actually think I'm the oldest person in the room, looking around. I'm old enough to remember Paris in 1968. I wasn't there. I'm old enough to remember the Prague Spring. I'm old enough to remember a time when the left actually offered a coherent vision of the future. That was a long time ago. For a long time, we have spent all our time in the forest that lies between where we are and where we believe we want to get to, without articulating a vision of where we want to go for the people whose support we are competing with the far right for. And of course, we must navigate the forest. And we've been discussing the elements of it here. But in the context of the main challenges for the medium term, against the background of the impending historic, I think, European elections, I think we have to try to carve out some space in the workers' group, and we have a number of very powerful intellects in our group. I'm not one of them, but I do recognize them. To carve out space to make our contribution to the wider trade union movement and to the left in terms of articulating a vision, a coherent, credible, attainable vision of a future Europe. And it's one which must take into account the enormity of the age demographic crisis which will unfold over the next 30 to 50 years. And it's one which must navigate the reality that as things stand at this minute, the United States has leapfrogged over us in terms of economic output in the period since immediately before the crash of 2008, and at the moment is powering ahead. And how do we address the great challenges of the maintenance of the welfare state against the impending demographic crisis when we're losing ground by the hour against the United States of America? Now, the question, I found the professor's address quite inspiring in terms of enumerating the challenges. But the question I want to ask is, can we, on the broad left, or even within our own group, create the space to rebuild a coherent, attainable vision of the future which can compete among the people who should be our core constituents with the cosy, rose-tinted, reinvented past offered by the far right? That's my question. Thank you.
Gracias, Jack. Ellen?
Thank you. And my question is addressed to both the professor and the panelists, including the moderators, but also to members here at the meeting, which we can come back to at a later stage. Professor mentioned a trilemma, and I would like to suggest a dilemma which we need to address, and that is we are approaching a European election, but the campaigns and the debate is very national, at least in my country, Sweden. We have national lists, national parties, national candidates, and very much of the questions that are debated are about what's in it for us, what can Brussels bring back to us. And therefore I ask, is the debate and the campaign in Spain more European? Or are there other good examples which we could learn from so that we can better advance our strategy and project ahead of the European election? Thank you.
Gracias, Ellen. Tatiana.
Thank you. Helen, Tatiana has the floor.
not working. Ah, yeah, it's working. It's okay. Actually, you have mentioned two superpowers, United States and China, which one is on one side and another is on the other side. And of course, European Union is a big player also here in the arena. And looking from European perspective, I personally don't see influence on China on the conflict in, for example, Russia. What happened when Russia started the war? It was crystal clear what are the reasons behind. It was social, economic crisis. It's the same reasons why in the Second World War started. This was huge crisis, economic and social crisis in Germany. And this is the simple, very simple reason. And if we say that United States are supporting Russia or supporting Ukraine, that's true. But China is not supporting Russia. China actually took this neutral position and even stopped these talks about the possible use of nukes when Russia started this. That was China who said this is no go and this must stop. And unless it will change, it's so far provided no any military support to Russia. So I don't see also China's influence, of course, because we speak about this trade routes and etc. Indirectly, there will be winners and there will be losers in this. But how you possibly see this, or maybe I simply misunderstood you, about this China and United States and also all the conflicts happening now. So for me, it's more about democracy and autocracy. And even that is dangerous to say. Once we say that democracy on one side and democratic countries supporting, let's say, Ukraine and those autocratic countries supporting Russia, that would be again a mistake, because then we can put China to take the side. So can you explain a little bit, dear Miguel?
Carlos Silva.
Gracias. Ya que estamos en Madrid, voy a hablar español, que es muy rápido.
Thank you. Since we're in Madrid, I'm going to speak in Spanish, if you don't mind. Okay, for Miguel Otero, I am Portuguese. And last Friday, I was here participating in a UGT session in Spain, where one of the questions and one of the remarks, well, actually, there were remarks from a lot of people, including the Spanish government, was a stronger participation of workers. How? Well, participating with the right to vote in companies' boards of directors. By coincidence, on the following day, we were celebrating the 45th anniversary of UGT in Portugal, and the Minister of Labor, who had been with us in a session of our working group, said for everyone to listen to in Portuguese that the Portuguese government defends the participation of workers in board of directors of companies. Well, Spain and Portugal on the same side with the same discourse. When we discuss in our panel about the participation of workers in social dialogue, the question is for our guest and also for Lucy, what can our group do to create a European position or stance having an influence on the bodies of the EU in order for this to become a reality. And I know that in some European companies, workers do have a seat on the board, or they can participate with the right for consultation and information. But a different thing is being able to decide in the management and voting. This is a challenge for our group, but it's also a challenge for the trade union movement. And to finish, we're talking about challenges on the short to midterm. What do we think about this, which is called going deeper into democracy on the job, more democracy on the job? Thank you. I don't see anyone else asking for the floor, so Miguel Otero is going to start to answer all your questions and remarks. Thank you. Thank you for all your questions. Your microphone. No, we can't hear him. And now we can hear him. Thank you so much. So I was saying thank you so much for your questions. I think I could speak for hours, or at least an hour I would need to answer all your questions, but I'm going to try to summarize as much as possible and just give a few ideas. And after the session, if have time, we can talk about it offline. Okay, so I fully agree on what you said about fertility policies. It's vital for Europe. Determinism is bad, and public policies, I think, can change the future of a society. So we do agree on that, and I think greater efforts must be made. It is also true that this country has proven that paternity and now the services we have for kids from 3 to 6 years of age, 92% of families take their children to a public school or financed by public funds, or private school too, from 3 to 6 years of age. So that's a lot of progress that has been made. And we could also, be sure that 0 to 3 years of age are covered too. That would be great. From the left, my vision was that we were a bit naive. We had a naive vision on the fact that by excellence, the public good from any analysis of a social organization, from any analysis of political communities, the public good by excellence is security. Without security, the rest of it is barbarianism, is the law of the jungle. And I think we need to include this, factor this in as a public good, a very important one indeed. And that has to do with security vis-a-vis others. Because as Madison said, if man were an angel for all men, we wouldn't need a government, would we? But unfortunately, we're not all angels. And so we do need the capacity to defend oneself, and we don't have it. Is it a strategic autonomy? In Europe, is that incompatible with NATO? No. The vision now is that NATO's fundamental pillar is the U.S. I think it would be possible and healthy for there to be two pillars, the U.S. and the European Union. And they're not incompatible. So I think we need to tell our friends from Eastern Europe that that is not incompatible. And we need to convince our friends from the U.S. that that doesn't mean that we are going to embrace China or embrace Russia, or that we're going to be confronting the U.S. I think it's a not very productive debate. And it would be very healthy because the U.S. is not interested in the Europe that depends too much on the U.S. On public goods, European public goods. And what can be done regarding and a tax on financial transactions. When I was at university, I joined the attack groups in Germany and France, etc. So for 20 years, I have been supporting a levy on financial transactions. I think it is necessary in the world we live in. It is fair, and many of us are in favor of it. Some steps have been taken. Some countries have introduced something of the sort, but it is an agenda that we need to continue to work on. This government, when it came to power, said it was in favor of it, and now it has been somewhat diluted. And so we can see the glass half full or half empty. We can say no progress has been made in the fight against fiscal evasion, tax evasion. Some steps have been taken. If you do a careful analysis, as objective as possible, progress has been made, but more is required. And now they know that we have a debate on how we make the European Union more operational. And that goes to some of the questions that were raised here, especially on the architecture from our Italian colleague who asked about the governance architecture of the Union. Right now I see a problem though, and it's the following. The debate now is that we need an enlargement of the EU, and a country such as France has said the debate mustn't be whether there must be an enlargement or not, because you know that some countries are against it. Increasingly more, the consensus is that there is going to be an enlargement. If we have to start to think in geostrategic terms, and that's what we're doing lately in Europe, think in geostrategic terms, we need an enlargement. We need those countries to be protected from potential threat of Russia, and it would be convenient from the geostrategic point of view to have assets there. So the response of many is, well, if the union is enlarged, we need to go deeper into the union. And in the past, when the union was enlarged, we tried to go deeper into it, to have a deeper union, because a confederal union, a very national or intergovernmental union, is very difficult to manage, to handle, and therefore has governance problems when there are too many members. I was born and raised in Switzerland. That's why I understand French, and I understand Italian and French, and I speak them. And even the Swiss realized that a confederation is unsustainable. They still call themselves the Helvetic Confederation, but they're actually a federation. And once you start to have many members, confederations usually fail. But I believe that those debates, where we're also talking about deeper union and larger units, enlarging, deepening, need another element, which is that of strategic autonomy. We need to combine all these debates that are debated in silos in a differentiated manner, and we need to analyze them in a more global way. Debate on fiscal rules cannot be separated from a debate on industrial policy. And we cannot only talk about how we can build a more operational union without talking, for example, about whether we need to change the treaties or not. I am a believer in federalism, European federalism, and I try to be realistic in my analysis. And right now, there is no appetite to change the treaties. There is no appetite to change the treaties now. So within the treaties, we need to use the gateways. We need to use some of the elements we have in the treaties to make progress, for example, in two elements, two agendas that are very important. And those are, on the one hand, foreign policy, and the foreign policy of the Union can be taken as a hostage by individual states with their vetoing power. And then we have fiscal policy. And there, foreign policy as well as fiscal policy, there we need to move the debate towards a qualified majority. It could be a wide majority, maybe to have vetoing power, you need 3 countries and a minimum of the population. There are many potential formulae, and there is a debate going on about this as we speak. But we do need to make progress in the unanimity and the vetoing power of just 1 country.
You know, because otherwise there's just no progress. This is good for foreign policy, and this is good for fiscal policy as well. Now, our colleague from France talked about technology and public services. Well, definitely, absolutely essential. I think that often enough, the left has a hostile reaction to technology, to the use of technology. Artificial intelligence is perceived as a threat, not only for blue-collar workers, no, but increasingly for white-collar workers as well. So this is important. But actually, there are very many examples as to how AI and digitization are good for public services. Just an example. I have a colleague who studies this field, and she tracked the issue of clear language, the administration and citizens. One of the main barriers right now as a citizen is when you receive a formal document from the administration, it's not easy to understand. My parents don't understand it, my friends don't understand it, most people don't understand it, and most people are not able. This is really basic. I mean, we're talking about something which is really basic. It's communication between the public administration and the citizen, and citizens talking to public administration. Most citizens now cannot write a formal document addressing the public administration. They need to go to a lawyer, they need to go to an expert, to a consultant, to an expert. Well, there's software out there, and they have blueprints that people can use to write, to request something, to appeal, to address the public administration. This is just an example, but I think it's really important to incorporate this into public services and into the relationship between citizens and public services. And, you know, transition, energy transition. Energy transition is going to be expensive. It is going to have a price tag. Economic security, in other words, more economic resiliency, less dependency, going in economic terms, going from just in time to efficiency as a concept of value chains, to the concept of just in case. So diversification, nearshoring, friendshoring, etc., etc. Some might think it's a good thing because it's going to create jobs more at hand. Well, this also has a cost for the population in general and for some individuals specifically. And this is something that we are familiar with. If you read Acemoglu from Harvard, an economist who talks about technology and power, talking about technology and energy, energy and power. In Spanish, the pun doesn't come through. Technology and power. Power as in energy. In Spanish, the pun doesn't work. Anyways, the Industrial Revolution was good for our societies, and it was good in a very general way. It is true that it was good for our societies, but the transition costs for many, many, many people were terrible. For a very long time, the Industrial Revolution saw many people having a terrible time of it. And we need to be aware of this. When we think about the digital revolution, which is what we are immersed in right now, and this is why the first welfare states were created. Bismarck began to offer pensions to the citizens of the country because he saw the disruptions around the corner. He understood that the weakest had to be protected. So we need to have robust redistribution policies to deal with that. But before taxes and after taxes, in other words, we need a policy before taxation that will help when it comes to ensuring that there are more opportunities. So it's not just taxing the rich more and more aids and subsidies to the have-nots. It's beginning far, far before that so as to ensure that the gaps aren't enormous. So sustainability, governance, we know, if I understood these questions, what you described, we can, on the one hand, advance towards political union, because political union, and I think here Germans, I think, were more on the spot than the French, because the French said, let's build the monetary union, because the monetary union will lead to an economic and political union at some point. And the Germans, right from the start, said, careful, careful. A monetary union without a political union is going to be problematic. So we've had Next Generation EU, and increasingly there is awareness, even in countries. For instance, I don't know whether there are very many Dutch persons among us today. The Netherlands, until very recently, this was the vision, right, as our Swedish colleague said. It was a single market, defending the single market, free competition, and anything and everything that is strategic or social or redistribution, no thanks. Well, I think that in the Netherlands now, over the past few years, there has been a transformation. Brexit has been a wake-up call. Brexit has proven to the Dutch that they didn't want to go down that path. And increasingly, what is happening in geopolitical terms has explained to the Dutch. And you know, the Dutch in general, the Dutch always, in surveys, the Dutch always were less concerned about external threats and were less keen to join their army to protect and defend their country. But that's not the case anymore. China has been a wake-up call. The Ukraine has been a wake-up call. The U.S. now pressuring a Dutch company so that it cannot export its machines to China tells the Dutch that they are not autonomous. So I think it's very, very interesting, this debate that is taking place in the Netherlands right now. It is a difficult issue because we have the peasants movement, we have a rejection of the European policy. But I think in general, the Dutch elite is coming to terms with the fact that increasingly more union is needed. I'm wrapping up now. Maybe tax rules, well, I think it's going to be difficult. My feeling is that now, at this point in time, the positions are such that I don't know whether there's going to be an agreement. So maybe we'll have to return to the previous rules. So maybe we'll have to think about that, yes. Israel, Palestine. Well, this has divided Europe, but Europe is divided in many other arenas as well. So this is just one more area of division. I think that what is most harmful is that it has done away with our moral high ground, saying to the rest of the world that you need to abide by the rules of the game, that you need to respect international law, the Charter of the UN, especially looking towards the Ukraine. I think right now, the plural South, the rural South, I think is going to tell Europeans, what? Are you seeing what's happening in Gaza? They said it before, and now they're going to say it with more of a reason. So this moral high ground that Europe sat on now is no longer in place. And it's being very, very damaging in many parts of the global south. Although, as we know, there is a debate in our societies. So as you said, there are some countries that position themselves on one side, others on the other. And now, and I am coming to the end, let me just talk a little bit about China. China, we could talk about China forever, but I think it's important also to remember that now the dominant discourse is that Europe, in front of the US, has lost 1/3 of its GDP. We in Europe increasingly lag behind the US. The economy of the US now is much more than it used to be. Per capita income in the US is much more than in Europe, and therefore the US is faring better after the crisis than Europe is. Now, if you actually go into the nitty-gritty, if you actually study the purchase power, that's how economists calculate this, it's not 1/3, it's only 5%. In the US, as of 2008 and until today, prices have gone up by 46%. So in terms of purchasing power, it's not such a huge gap. And if we see per capita income between the US and Europe, although yes, it's grown more in the US, but if you analyze productivity per hour, we see that the US has more income because people work much more. So if you work more, you're going to generate more productivity. But in many countries in Europe, productivity in the Nordics, in Austria, even France, as of 2008, in comparison with the US, is higher, or at least very, very similar. So what sets the US apart from Europe is that we have more holidays, we have more free time, we work less hours, and we therefore generate less product. But that is because, in principle, we have a welfare state which the North Americans don't have, period. All right, very good, thank you. Thank you so much, Miguel. We're not doing that fantastic time-wise, but I think definitely this response to the questions posed was well worth the delay. I'm going to give the floor now to Lucy, who is also going to provide some responses. Then Maria will conclude, and then Lucy will formally close the session. So Lucy, please.
Thank you very much, Isa. I guess it's working already. I was actually asked to kill you just now, you know, because of the timing, but not going to do it.
Still alive.
You don't know for how long. It's extremely difficult because I've got something like 2.5 minutes so that we are more or less on time. So definitely I'm not going to give any extensive responses to the issues. For me, this morning is a good proof of bringing external wisdom into our internal debates is extremely useful, interesting, refreshing, because, I mean, the views are not that different, but the naming and the branding and seeing this in different relations is extremely helpful, and sincerely thank you, you know, for joining us for that debate. Just, I would say, rather some flashes from this part of the debate. I mean, taxation has been mentioned here, and we are just still, you know, unable to do whatsoever with that. Miguel mentioned here, you know, the different attempts, at least to bring it a bit too more into balance, because these are the lowest incomes and middle class actually paying almost all the taxes, and the wealthy ones are avoiding, optimizing, and actually we are having illegal tax dumping in the EU, and if adding outside the EU even more. So this is definitely something we should be also, you know, focusing on at some stage, because we are getting actually to the question if the national states or the EU as a project are those one in the leading governing position, or are these the multinationals that are actually shifting the wealth, shifting the profits? Then we are talking about the public goods and public services. So how do you finance it? Because if those who should be actually paying the biggest bulk of the taxes are just, you know, not paying it, or really they see it for them. Thanks for the question on the EU elections and very national debates and very nationalists. That's one of the huge tasks we are still having ahead of us, because that's all about the communication, public awareness about the institutions, about the decision making, about the powers, about the impact on national policy. There's still, as an EU, all of us are lagging behind, you know, because if not knowing our rights, if not knowing the decision making and the powers, then we are just weakening ourselves. So very relevant, no easy answer, but Ellen, you were not expecting to get, you know, an easy answer to it. And yes, for me, it shows that we are here talking actually about the distribution of wealth, which the current crisis are deepening much more and showing much more sharply that where so-so balance have been reached previously, still, you know, before the COVID, somehow it's not the case anymore, because the wealth are getting wealthier and the rest is actually getting poor. So that's for me also a very substantive debate and proposals we should be putting on the table. And Jack, we are formulating our vision here, exactly by these debates and by the statements and by actually the agreement, which is not, you know, a formal one, but by the questions and the responses, we are creating the vision. The fact that it's not on the paper and we are not calling it manifesto or vision doesn't change anything in, yes, we are doing it and we keep on doing it. By that, Isa, back to you.
Gracias. Gracias, Lucy. Tiene la palabra María, que va a hacernos unas conclusiones.
Thank you very much. And now we are going to hear the responses. Thank you. Thank you, Isabel. I don't know whether I'm going to be able to summarize 2 days of debates in such a short period of time. Challenges, then. We've talked about the challenges. I think the challenges are well known to all of us. Elections with implicit risk of social malaise and having this actually turning into more power to the extreme right. Transitions, green and digital, which are a challenge, and we need to do our utmost to minimize those risks and also take advantage of the opportunities for the good of citizens in general. Territorial convergence, which exists, and we know that we need to improve on that within the Union, especially in view of possible future enlargements. And this also has to do with what Miguel said when talking about a new approach to governance of the European Union, if we want this enlargement to be a success. I think that the messages that we need to consolidate as a group and within ETUC, really underscore them, is what we've been hearing about since yesterday. Economic progress is not an enemy of social progress. They must advance jointly. We know this. And if we think about other groups within the ETUC, I think that what we need to do is make the message come through more clearly. And forget about the theoretical framework and be a little bit more practical. In other words, have practical proposals, a clear vision of the future to fight the far right, and also to continue along the path of improving the conditions for the working classes and for the sum total of citizens. In more practical terms, the concepts that we need to continue to focus on: the demographic challenge, different proposals, of course, which are important, as mentioned, about daycare centers for the 0 to 3-year-olds, more leave, more public infrastructure, and then another challenge, which is the geographical one. This affecting different countries in the Union and within each one of the countries focus more on rural areas. We know that the rural populations feel that they've been left behind by central policies, which are an issue that addresses inequality and that generates malaise and progress for the far right, consolidating the commons in Europe, especially what we've seen after the pandemic, healthcare, energy, and so on, and how to finance them with specific proposals. So we could think about proprietary resources of the Union, consolidating within the group and determining what path we want to follow. If you think about the next generation and EU funds, if we want them to survive over time or if we want them to be a tool for times of emergency, and advance also despite difficulties in fiscal policies. Tax evasion, fiscal policies within our group. I think that this is something that would benefit from our coming up with specific proposals. And very quickly, Helen made a reference to the fact that we're not in pre-campaign because we don't even have a government. We hope, we cross our fingers that things change. But I do agree with you when you say that there is a need within the ETUC of actually forgetting our countries of origin and actually focusing on a more pro-Europe tone in our discourse. And finally, what Miguel said I think is important in positive terms. Everything that we can leverage from digitization, from fair transition, from AI, look for the best possible results and improvements that we could obtain for the working people and work along those lines. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was very comprehensive and very focused. So thank you. And Lucy, you have the floor now.
Be extremely brief and short. I just would like really sincerely to thank you for very active participation. All the moderators of this meeting yesterday and today, you have done a brilliant job. Definitely both the Spanish organizations and their people, because we know that although things seems to be running smoothly, there's enormous work behind. So thank you very, very much. Let me thank, and should have been done in the first place, the interpreters for brilliant work. Thank you so much. Of course, technicians and people from this house, and of course, last but definitely not least, our brilliant secretariat, because they pretend there's no work for them in that, but there is a lot. Thank you so much. By that, thanks for very interesting 2 days, safe trip back home, and I'm closing the meeting and see you on Monday.